And on the technology front, I would definitely say allocate more public funding and not just throw AI wash, right? Not just throw out the words like AI and technology, but specifically focus on technologies that could alleviate the impacts for climate mitigation and adaptation, and really capitalize on that, because that closes the gap between action in the private sector and, of course, the institutional policy and reforms that may also follow on.
Okay, another two guests that I have right now. One is Jeff Bezos, who's the most important environmental philanthropist in the planet, and the other imaginary guest is Elon Musk, who's also doing a lot of investment in many of the technologies that you have mentioned today. What would you ask or advise them in the context of COP28? Pearlie, since you're always fast.
Well, to both of them, I would say a lot more funding to the right sectors. Yeah, I think it's very important that we have a large amount of funds coming from people like both of you to do research, to do development in terms of AI, clean technology, that will benefit climate change. Purpose, yeah.
Very cool.
To both, I would go ahead and say that it's crucial to invest in interplanetary research and going to Mars, but we have to think about the Earth we have right now and how we can invest in the right technologies and be able to deploy them. They're doing amazing work, so I would say to continue doing that, especially what Jeff has done in Colombia in terms of the conservation areas and different also marine investigations.
Rana.
Definitely focus more on the circular economy. There is an enormous amount of potential, especially to regenerate nature, impacts on biodiversity, as well as the standardization and actual pricing of critical commodities, that maybe there's a huge opportunity there for these circular materials that we're going to need for this shift. But there's a bit of a tension point right now between climate science and circular economy. It's not seen as a way to really reduce emissions, but there is enormous potential and it's been neglected.
So we're coming almost to an end. I'd say 5? Okay, 5 minutes. And I asked the same question last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, and it was really fun. So a lot of people are watching you, and also I'm curious about it. What kind of fun things do young, brilliant entrepreneurs do to enjoy themselves? So I'm going to ask you about, give me a hobby. Second, you give me a song that you recommend, or a band if you want to be more open or broad. And third, give us a series that you will recommend, or a movie for people who want to learn from you, that you say, you know what, that movie or that song or that book, for example, has made such an influence on me that I just recommend it to you. Go and buy it right now. Who wants to take it first?
Yeah, I'll go. So what's the first question again?
So
Hobby.
Pardon?
Hobby.
Hobby. So I like to travel. I mean, it's a part of my job as well to travel and meet people, new people, networking. And secondly,
Song or a band?
Song or band? I don't listen to that many songs, to be honest. I read a lot of books. But
Or a book?
yeah, a book, The Last Siamese. That's a really good book on Thailand. I read it like
What's the
4
name again?
times. The Last Siamese.
The Last
Siamese, yeah. Siam used to, yeah, Thailand, yeah. And so that's the book that I read. Yeah.
Series or movie?
Series, I watch Big Bang Theory every night because I love science. And it makes me laugh, and it makes me go to sleep early. Yeah,
Good.
earlier.
Rana, you want to take it?
I will probably, well, I'll start off with saying that I don't think anybody wants my music recommendations. I mostly listen to death metal. So,
Really? Well,
I mean,
I would love to.
I mean, yeah. So, the band is actually called Death. They're a brilliant melodic death metal band. Their whole albums are amazing. But when I'm on panels like this, I say I love classical music and jazz. So that's probably my music is a bit eclectic. Hobbies is boxing. I think it's a great way to keep up your cardio fitness and also really face your fears when you're in like physical panic or physical terror, or you have to, really face some sort of physical pain. I think it makes you really more resilient and mentally more disciplined and also very calm, surprisingly.
You box on a permanent basis? Like, you have training sessions on?
Yeah, I'm actually, in a previous lifetime before this year, I was actually a professional boxer as well. Well, semi-professional, so that was fun.
Nice.
Yeah,
So don't mess with Rana.
I'll be your bodyguard.
What's your questions?
And a series or a movie.
I would say series. Something really interesting was, it's on Apple TV. It's based on a trilogy book actually, but it's called Silo, if anyone's watched it. Dystopian. Think about it was kind of like held underground, and it's, years after kind of nuclear fallout. Just very interesting, like philosophical kind of points in terms of what our civilization could look like if we weren't here anymore.
Good. Federico.
Uh, a hobby would be, I love doing outdoor sports, and actually something that's amazing for your mental health is hiking. And especially in Colombia, there's so many places you can go
Like
to.
what kind of hiking? Like,
Like going like a long 2-hour walk. It could be with your friends, could be with your dog, could be alone thinking. Those types of hikes. Then song would be reggaeton by J Balvin. That's like Medellin, my city. It's kind of the birthplace or one of the birthplaces of
and
reggaeton.
I love it.
It's after Puerto Rico.
I heard it 2 days ago in a restaurant, and I was so happy because I think the DJ was from Medellin, because he put all our Medellin reggaeton music.
Yeah, and they say it's made in Medellin, so you understand how it went global, and now the number one artist worldwide, like it's a reggaeton singer. I'll go also with the book A Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl.
Oh yeah.
Amazing. And
Series or movies?
series or movies, I would say Colombia Magia Salvaje. It's about the biodiversity of our country. And also, I had the chance to go to the Jackson Wild Summit in Wyoming and be able to understand the importance of storytelling that sometimes you as an entrepreneur, you don't see into like filmmaking or documentaries, but when you're able to tell this story and hit other people's feelings or emotions, then even if you have to convince one person and tailor a whole documentary for one decision maker, then it's crucial to have that in mind and being able to understand how you can have that impact through that kind of filmmaking.
Okay, now we have 30 seconds each. I want to look at the eyes, the hearts and the minds of young people who are watching you, that are seeing you as a reference model. Tell them why One Young World has made a difference on you, and give them an advice on how to contact and get involved with One Young World. Rana, oh, you want to
No.
start
Yeah.
early?
Oh, okay. Sure.
Freddie always starts because
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Yeah.
I mean, you will win Who Wants to Be Millionaire because you have all the answers.
Yeah,
at a
not
break.
really, but yeah, I'm quick. Yeah. So to the young leaders out there, I want to say that One Young World changed my life forever since 2013, where I went to One Young World in Joburg, and that's the reason why I am here today, and the reason why I've become a proper. I mean, I wouldn't say I'm young anymore, but a
Really,
true
don't make me feel
a true
so old.
leader in this society, in this world, and make me believe that I can do whatever I want, to be great. It makes me believe in myself, and I think that you should join One Young World next year. You can go to oneyoungworld.com, or you can go to their Instagram, Facebook, anything, and I really want you to participate. And go on YouTube, type in highlights One Young World 2015 Bangkok.
Wow.
Okay.
Fede,
Um,
closing line.
I'll go quick. Network. This was my first year in One Young World, and in the past months, it's been incredible. I've been able to meet people from the U.S. Department of State, be invited to not only these panels, but also by people I meet over there, other young leaders, also being able to collaborate. So it's really all about who you know sometimes, and being able to leverage that and create meaningful relationships. It's not just collecting cards; it's being able to understand and also sometimes have amazing friends. So if you want to learn more about it, just feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. And yeah, happy to talk about my experience and how we could work together.
Rana,
conversations and enlightenment. I met people that I never thought I would be able to meet. The platform they give you is absolutely remarkable. And quite honestly, from an organizational perspective, I've never been to a more incredibly organized event in my life. Everything was there if you needed assistance, if you're perhaps, let's say, neurodivergent or you have accessibility requirements, you don't need to worry about that. They take care of everything. So the learnings there and the, you know, cross-pollination of information, the things that you learn and absorb that you can take back and then be, you know, kind of launched back into your new future, it's an opportunity that would be very unwise to be missed. And as for funding, there are so many funding opportunities. I went on a BP Net Zero scholarship, and I was very fortunate to be able to really be able to take advantage of that, and it was probably the best career move I've ever made in my life.
Well, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to this incredible group of ambassadors. Thank you, Fede. Thank you, Pearlie.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, Rana. And it
Thank
has
you,
been,
Mr.
again,
President.
a pleasure for me to be with One Young World.
Okay, Maki. And I just wanted to say that was very, very refreshing after listening to scientific. So thank you for doing this. I wondered if I could just ask you one question. Now that we have a youth panel. And it's about, you mentioned about freedom of speech and climate change. I think I made a feature doc about freedom of speech when I was 15. I started very young trying to answer this question.
Where's your camera?
I'm now 27 years old. When we talk about freedom of speech, it's only the beginning. In that, we need to talk about the bigger umbrella. The ability to in that term, it's the ability to understand,
The picture with him.
to express, and the ability to listen. How are you feeling? Are you ready for your storytellers?
Yeah, I mean,
And so, for me, there are huge communication problems in the climate movement. We're very, we're very bad at communicating messages. It's counterproductive in many situations. So for you, how do we communicate? If I could do a box pop, that would be amazing.
should I go?
Stand, and then we can put the chair on. See if you want to use the stand, or just stand there with nothing in front of you. I'll just show you the stand, the pedestal.
Because you said it's just a personal.
Do you need any help with like timings or anything, or are you okay? Yeah, sure, sure. Cool.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We are so grateful to be able to have such a great audience. And I just wanted to tell you all that we're about to have our first storyteller session of the day. And we would love to give a huge welcome to Billy Dumaliang. And it is my pleasure to be able to introduce her on this stage today. She is the co-founder and trustee of the Masunji GeoReserve Foundation, an award-winning nonprofit conservation which protects prehistoric pinnacle karst formation and endemic biodiversity through education and geotourism. As we prepare to delve into a realm of knowledge and inspiration, let's please give a huge round of applause to Billy, and let's thank her for being here today.
Woo! Hi. Hello. Is my mic working? Hi, everyone. Good morning. A very warm morning to all of you. Again, my name is Billy, and I come from the islands of the Philippines. I'm here to talk to you about what I do at Masungi. What we do in Masungi is really to protect this beautiful 10-kilometer limestone spine and the karst ecosystem around it. If you're not familiar with karst ecosystems, these are water-bearing structures where the water flows, and that is composed of sinkholes, caves, and forests over the limestone. And what our organization is doing is conserving a threatened limestone formation just outside Metro Manila that is home to hundreds of plants and animals. Some you could only find inside the Geo Reserve. And we've done that for over more than 25 years already. And I'm here to tell you how I became a conservationist in the first place. And it really started when I was younger, with my dad as a civil engineer. And as a civil engineer, he would go to different areas outside of Metro Manila, to mountains, to fields, to build structures, to build houses, to build infrastructure. And as a child, I would always follow in his footsteps, both literally and figuratively. And so one of my memories is just following him through Masungi, as it became one of the project sites where he actually worked in as an engineer. And ever since he started exploring that place, he found out that it was beyond a traditional or a normal property. There was actually a gem in the middle of that property, which was the Masungi Limestone Formation. And after that, I grew and Masungi grew. Masungi is not the same place that it is today. 25 years ago, it was bald with no forests, no animals, and what you could hear was the ripping sound of chainsaws throughout the day. It took 25 years to get to where it is today, which is now a restored forest and a wildlife sanctuary that is known all over the world. Now, after I graduated, I became a corporate girl. I became a brand manager for one of the largest, the largest soap brand in the Philippines. And as I was working in the skyscraper, I was always looking towards the east, towards the mountains outside my window, because I saw the limestone formation from my window. And I remembered how I spent my childhood years, my childhood weekends there. And so from being in the corporate sector, I joined my family, particularly my dad and my sister, to take care of this mountain and to run the Masungi GeoReserve Foundation in the Philippines. Now, why am I telling this story to you? It's because I think in these spaces at COP28, it's important to remember the stories from the ground. The Philippines is one of the most dangerous countries in the world to be like me, to be a conservationist. We are #1 deadliest country in Asia for this job, and #2 or #3 in the world, deadliest as a conservationist. So I would like to offer this space, this opportunity at Extreme Hangout to tell you 2 stories that have shaped my life as a conservationist in the Philippines. One is that of success, and one is that of relative failure. Which one would you like to hear first? Success, great. That was what I practiced too. So the story of success starts in 2020 in the middle of the pandemic when I received a radio call from our rangers on the ground at the watershed that we were reforesting. They told me that there were now barbed wires blocking almost 500 hectares of the reforestation site, meant to stop us from entering the project site where we were supposed to work. Of course, my response was to immediately go to that site of fresh barbed wires. And what I saw was huge nails, nailed and packed into the trees to hang those barbed wires. So these trees that we were protecting were just simply destroyed or degraded by this action. And what I saw on these trees was that they were actually bleeding. They were bleeding white. The resin was white from the trees. And as a millennial, I quickly took out my phone and took pictures of these bleeding trees and posted them online, because that was the only thing I could really do about the situation. And we sent it to the media. Some compassionate journalists also put it out on Twitter. And long story short, it gained national attention. So much noise was made that the environment minister of the country had to go to the fences and take out the fences themselves, himself, in front of all the cameras. So I believe that experience was a success, but it wasn't a straight success. 2 years after he took out these fences, these barbed wires, the quarry agreements still haven't been canceled. So then again, we brought everyone together. We brought celebrities, we brought 4 city mayors, we brought heads of universities to petition and to remind the government of its promise to us to cancel all of these quarrying agreements inside the protected watershed. Thankfully, last year, September 2022, the government ordered the cancellation of these quarrying agreements, saving 1,300 hectares of forest lands from irreparable destruction. So this is a story of success because it shows that a small group of people, young people, literally small people, can make a big difference for the success of the landscape. And what we learned is really through courage, creativity, and coming together that we can influence policy, we can influence our decision makers. And that is one power that we've learned to harness throughout our years of being a conservationist. Now, the second story is one of relative failure. And I'm sorry for giving graphic details, but this is the reality on the ground. This story starts at a rainy night in July 2021. Again, still in the middle of the pandemic. I remember this night as being cold and rainy, and me and my dad just came from Masungi G Reserve to our home in Metro Manila, about 1.5 hours away. And as we arrived home, my father received a call, and he sat down by the piano. And as he was talking to that person on the call, I saw his face drop. And I immediately knew something was wrong. Something went terribly wrong. He put down the phone and he talked to me, faced me and said, Kukan and Melvin, binaril si Kukan and Melvin. In English, Kukan and Melvin got shot. Kukan and Melvin are 2 of our park rangers who have been guarding a very critical area of this watershed. For the past several weeks before the shooting incident, they have been the subject of harassment, violence, and intimidation by groups and businesses that were trying to build unauthorized swimming pool resorts inside a water-deprived watershed. And this seemed like the last straw and the height of all of these tension that was happening throughout those days. Immediately, my dad and I went to meet the injured rangers to the hospital. Again, this was the pandemic. So the first hospital did not have the right treatment, the right facilities for their treatment. The second hospital took 10 hours. They said it would take 10 hours to finally put out the bullets from Kukan and Melvin. And the third hospital was very expensive. But they had the facilities, they had the doctors to take care of them. X-ray showed that the first bullet that hit Kukan was lodged in his neck and was going down towards his spine. The bullet that hit Melvin had barely scraped his skull. So the bullet was lodged between the skull and the scalp. It was there. Thankfully, because of these minute movements and by chance and by the miracle, these two brave park rangers survived that harrowing incident. Yeah, but this situation left an indelible mark on all of us. It made us realize, really, despite all of the stories, similar stories of environmental defenders worldwide, it made us realize that the danger is real. We could get killed in this line of work in the Philippines, which is the most dangerous in the entire Asia for environment defenders. So those are two stories that I hope have given you a bit of a glimpse on my life as I go back in the Philippines from Dubai. But I actually have a third story, and this is the story of why I'm here at COP28. I work on biodiversity and not necessarily directly in climate change negotiations or in carbon emissions. And I'm here because we have received a new threat just 3 weeks before I came here in Dubai. And that new threat is so ironic that I'm really passionate about it. That new threat is everyone's talking point at this conference: renewable energy. 3 weeks ago, our drone spotted 4 drilling rigs drilling on the Masungi Rock Formation, the south side of Masungi Georeserve. And we found out that a wind company was going to build a wind farm on top of the rock, despite us saving that area from quarrying, despite 2 of our rangers being shot and almost being killed for protecting the area, despite the media attention we have gotten, despite the 200,000 plus social media followers that our group has cultivated over the years. Still, they want to exploit Masungi. Still, they want to kill my childhood playground. And so that's why we're here in COP28 to speak about this issue of renewable energy, not necessarily meaning that it's sustainable, that as we transition to renewable energy, we must not step on environmental and human rights, lest we create more problems than what we intended to solve. Okay, so now wind turbines are the symbol of it makes me sad and makes me angry, instead of the wind turbine being a symbol of hope and symbol of change that you can see everywhere. And so that's why we're here in COP. We did an action yesterday. Our local youth actually made these Taylor Swift friendship bracelets to inspire people to join the Save Masungi movement. And we invite all of you as well to join us. We believe that through building a community, not just nationally, but internationally, and through being resilient and creative throughout the highs and lows of conservation, that we will be able to make a difference, that you will be able to make a difference in your respective hometowns, in your respective childhood playgrounds, in your respective communities and companies and organizations. And so I would like to invite everyone, if ever any of you is in Asia, please pass by the Masungi Georeserve. We're just 45 to an hour and a half away from Metro Manila by car, so it's not that far. And please hit us up on Instagram so that you for yourself can see why the hell are we protecting this place with our lives, with our hearts, and with our souls. Thank you, everyone.
1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Our next panel, curated by the amazing Oliver Wyman, will delve into the role of Gen Z in the fight against climate change. Please join us in welcoming Anna Kriacic and our esteemed panelists.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Wonderful to be here today. I'm Anna Kriacic. I'm the Chief Knowledge Officer of Oliver Wyman Group and the COO of the Oliver Wyman Forum. And we're here to talk about an incredibly important generation and the influential role it has in the fight against climate change. Gen Z, let me start by saying Gen Z is by no means a homogeneous group. It is 25% of the world population. It's set to become the largest spending group by 2030, and similarly in terms of their participation for the workforce. So a huge influence in terms of how we can harness their power for fighting climate change. I think for those of you that might not know, the Oliver Wyman Forum is Marsh McLennan's platform for engaging key business, public policy, and societal leaders on a number of shared challenges that are not fixable in any easy way and are typically not fixable by one institution or one individual alone. And for, in terms of context, right about when COVID started, we started looking at how humans would change, how they would change how they shop, how they would change how they live, how they would change in terms of their behaviors and values. And very quickly, we started seeing differences in terms of how Generation Z was changing compared to any other generation, and what they were prioritizing and what they were valuing. Right now, the study is 3 years old, or new, I should say, because it keeps going every month. And we have over 250,000 data points in it, so a lot of voices, and that's what the statistics were that you were seeing earlier on the screen. You saw them, so I'm not going to call them out here. But I'm going to go straight in terms of introducing a fantastic group of speakers that we have here today. I'm going to start with Saeed Al-Ramethi, co-founder of The Organic Farm. He actually has a space here at COP, so hopefully some of you can join us afterwards and come see it. Razan Bashiti, CEO of Injaz UAE, that supports skills and economic development of youth. Kelvin Massingham, Director of Risk and Resilience at FSD Africa. Anas Bukash, probably needs no introduction in this region. Entrepreneur, interviewer, host of AB Talks and more. And Julia Davenport, founder and former CEO of Good Energy, which is a 100% renewable energy company. So a wide variety of perspectives. And I'd love to kick off the session to frame it. We know that Gen Z is very passionate about climate change. They're prioritizing it in terms of how they shop. They're prioritizing it in terms of who they work for. But what do you feel we might not know about Gen Z, or what this audience might not know about Gen Z that we should know? And Anas, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I'm not from Gen Z, so that doesn't really help, but I can tell you what I think. So hello, hi everyone. What I'll share is just my opinion, and it might be relevant or not, but from what I've noticed is one of the challenges we have is every generation criticizes the generation before. And it's the easiest thing to do, that we think our way was better or our childhood. It's like when you sit with your dad and he's like, when I was young, I didn't do it. And I'm like, yeah, I know when you were young, I know the story, you've said it 6 times. And we end up doing the same to the next generation and to our kids and whatnot, and we think our way was the better way usually. So I think that's the first mistake. The first mistake is not to celebrate the current generation and adapt to them rather than them adapting to us. We have to adapt to them because they're the next wave of people and they will have their kids and whatnot. So the moment you shift your mind into thinking, let me celebrate their skill set, let me celebrate their attitude, it's harder to do that because it's not what we're familiar with, but it's the right way, I believe, to approach it. The second thing is something we discussed quickly is how knowledgeable they are compared to. I honestly think I was a retard when I was young compared to them. Like I sit with my kids, and the other day I was with my brother and family in the car. We were on a family trip in Europe, and my brother goes, "Did you know that chimps are 10 times as strong as human beings?" So my son, who's 12, goes, "No, it's 2." And he goes, "No, no, it's 10." He goes, "No, I just did the assignment in school, it's 2." So my brother takes a pause, he checks on Google, he's like, "Yeah, okay, it's 2." So it's so funny how they're so knowledgeable and way more aware, like you mentioned, with climate change, environment, and all of these things. And we need to celebrate that. And we need to see how they digest information. We talked about how we maybe Google, but they TikTok to literally see reviews of a restaurant or a product or whatnot. So I think that's my general statement on how to celebrate rather than criticize.
100%.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next?
I think just to build on that, one of the other pieces is I think you also have to look at the different countries and how big the Gen Z is as part of the population. So Dubai celebrated its 52nd year, I think, this sort of on Saturday. It's a very young population comparison to places like the UK. And so actually what's interesting about that is Gen Z probably will have a much bigger impact. Whereas I think sometimes I come across Gen Z in the UK and they feel very frustrated because the pace of change is so so slow, partially because we have quite an aging population. So the people who are telling Gen Z, "Oh, we don't like you," etc., carry on forever in our society. So I think we have to watch that intergenerational frustration coming through and embrace, as you said, the next step, because they are terrifyingly brilliant, I would say. My experience, I recently taught on a course in Oxford on the MSc on sustainable enterprise. And there were 30 places in this course, 600 applicants. The people on this course, I'm glad I didn't read their CVs before I presented, because they've all got at least 2 degrees. They've probably at least delivered 1 startup in their lives. And they are seriously on it. So I think they're brilliant. I think we need to find a way to allow them to flourish and to make sure they're getting the funding and the backing they need.
Yeah, incredibly important. And we're starting to see what you said about countries that have large populations of Generation Z. We're already starting to see some differences in terms of how they behave. So they're much more likely to adopt generative AI as an example, and so you're starting to see differences between countries that are investing heavily and innovative in generative AI versus countries that are using them, simply because of the different shape of the pyramid, and that's replicating in business as well.
Anna, if you allow me, perhaps when speaking about Gen Z, it's the closest to my heart, being a mother as well as leading an organization that mainly focuses on working on youth. But as you've, just to echo what you have said, when it comes to Gen Z, they don't want to be seen as part of the problem. They see themselves part of the solution. And they carry ahead with this vision, holding and embedding a very high standard value system within them. And to be honest, it's a proud moment when we see them. I've had a conversation a few days ago inviting one of my students to this panel to attend. And I told her, come because we have this session about climate change and Gen Z. And she told me, Razan, don't say climate change, it's a system change. So it just shows you how deep they go in their thinking process and how serious they are, that they want to be seen as part of the solution, to be honest.
That's a great example. Before we go to our Gen Zer in residence here to see if the way we're talking about Generation Z actually resonates with him, Kelvin, what do you think?
Great, yeah. So I think actually one of the things about Gen Z is that they really value authenticity and genuineness. And so in that spirit, I wouldn't classify myself as an expert on Gen Z, although I do have 3 Gen Z kids and work with innovators that are from that age bracket. But the thing I think I'd like to call out is that they are extremely passionate about causes. So they're activists, they get really involved, but the way they get involved is somewhat different from older generations. They really want to own the content, be part of the creating something. They're not willing to just consume content. They're always asking questions. They're wanting to challenge the status quo, do things differently. And so there's this passion combined with a desire to do things differently. And I think in terms of unleashing entrepreneurship for big issues like climate change, that's huge potential.
Saeed, do you agree?
I was like listening for everyone, about everyone, and I will cite my point. First of all, thank you for this wonderful opportunity to spread the awareness with my friends and families here. Being a Gen Z myself, I think most people may agree with me when I say that we don't just consume things without expecting a benefit. I mean, sure, it may be a trend, but when it is a case, we need to know if this case is actual doing what it's saying it will or not. And also in my case, I never expected people to directly support my farm just because it's organic. I make sure that they know why they want to consume organic product via videos that I upload, via things that I show them in real life, how people was changing from eating the normal food to organic food and how their life was more sustainable, more natural. They have more benefit to their nutrients in their meals. And also, I do that through social media on my platform. We are in my platform. Everyone is family, the organic farm family. I say we grow together. I make sure I always be available to help everyone in person or on social media to live a sustainable life.
So you got us into the next question, which is really around how do we start leveraging social media and activating Gen Z on social media. We've seen, I think over the last few years, that Gen Z really expect public figures and influencers to speak on causes they care about on social media. And this is, whether we're calling it a climate change or a system change, it is one of the causes they care deeply about. Anas, I mean, you founded marketing agency Bukash Brothers. You're a famous influencer, so I'm going to start with you. How do you think influencers can help further the cause of climate activism here with Gen Z especially?
The thing is, anybody with a smartphone is a creator. It doesn't matter. You could have 2 followers, but if you put a really good piece of content, it can go everywhere. So everybody who has a phone is a content creator. So I think the main challenge is the information pollution. You are today, I would assume before you had limited. You would choose 2 to 3 TV channels or websites to consume certain information about the world or about what's happening. And maybe in the traditional media platforms, they have to really vet the right journalist or the right specialist to talk about a specific thing. Today, everybody can talk about it, which has its pros and its cons. When I say information pollution, it's how much information is being fed about one topic and then how legit is the actual information. This is a huge challenge. So is Gen Z more aware? By tens and tens of folds. The amount of information that is accessible in 1 second is crazy. It's just a lot. But then which information am I getting influenced with and which information is legit and whatnot. I think that's the big challenge. And I remember we had this quick discussion where I said, if I got 1 water today, I can go and pay 50 people around COP, normal people, and I'm normal following. And I'm like, okay, here's $100 each of you. Take this water, drink it, and say, there's something so cool about this one. I feel great, and post it on TikTok. Suddenly, I caused a whole campaign with normal-looking people, with normal following, and then that Gen Z, my person, can be like, we should buy this water. I saw so many people, so many random people around COP really enjoying this water. And now how do you go to the next step? And maybe a nice article I read said you should always ask, how do you know? So if Anna, you come to me and say, I really think this doctor is really good at joint pain. My first question should be to you, how do you know? And you say, yeah, because my friend posted it on our Instagram. Okay, how do you know this doctor is actually legit? Let's go to the website. We go to the website. who did this website? He did it for himself, or is it belonging to a clinic or a hospital? What did he study? So the more you ask, how do you know, the more you actually see, maybe he's a doctor, he's a vet, and now suddenly you're talking about human joints. And you're like, why am I even believing this? So how do you know, I think, is a good filter.
I think that's a critical filter, especially given how much disinformation there is, as what you talked about, and as much as Gen Z use social media, they're also the most likely generation to be disinformed online. Roseanne, you talked about this a little bit as well.
True. I mean, with when we speak about social media, with the huge potential and power that social media brings into Gen Z and youth in general, because we all know that the youth and next generation are spending the majority of their time present online versus then having them in person, whether it's monitoring their behaviors inside the house or outside. But what I want to say is that with all of the potential and promise that social media has, it has not yet been recognized as a tool to promote for climate advocacy, unfortunately. But I still believe that we are very hopeful with Gen Zs and the next generation, because they go on for the extra mile where they want to validate and not only consume.
Juliet, have you seen any good examples of where social media has been used for climate advocacy?
I mean, I think obviously climate advocacy has used all the different platforms to different extents, and it has raised a certain level of awareness. But I think you still tend to go to organizations that you trust, have done the work, and have checked the information, because that is always the challenge, particularly on scientific points, is who has actually done the research? Where has it come from? Why do I believe this, or why don't I believe this? And I mean, I think we're seeing a shift that in terms of the direction of solutions around climate change, that we are having, people are more happy to embrace a wider range. But historically, there really has been this mantra around, it has to be this technology, or it has to be this technology. And that is a challenge with social media, is that you can get this information that comes through where people are very passionate about their points, and you read their articles, and you get to the end, and you go, yeah, but what is your point, except being annoyed by something? And what is your proof point? So I think the how question is super important. Actually, sort of whatever level you're at, asking how is incredibly powerful as a question.
You know, I'll just add something if, okay. I'm not meaning that information should be limited to certain broadcasters. I don't mean that at all. I just mean we need to be critical what we're listening to, but the Gen Z is also so creative, they can take a complex topic like climate change, and in 30 seconds you find a funny video and you get the 3 key messages and you're done. And that goes viral. And I think that's what's important, is to take typically challenging topics that not everybody will like, and Saeed just showed me a video of how he's talking about organic farming in a comedic acting way, and one of them hit 400K views. If you go with a typical article and talk about organic farming, you'll get a very niche audience. But if you do it in a funny way...
I was going to go to Said next for exactly that purpose, because as much content as there is online, and even if you're the person that's seeking out credible content on social media, whether it's actually reaching the widest audience is completely different. And if we use traditional ways of telling that story, you might not reach the widest audience. But Saeed, you shared some great examples with us in terms of how to do this and how you've done this for the organic farm.
For the organic farm, I started my videos like any content creator, was direct to the camera speaking, and the views was like 10,000, and some people will say that 10,000 is very good, but in social media we have millions of people. If it's not reaching 100,000 for 100,000, there is a problem with the video. You need to see it again. With trying several times with several type of videos, I reached the funny way of implementing organic farming in my home. Saeed, that he don't know anything, and Saeed, the expert of the farming. And there is two way of communication, and Saeed does not see to the camera. He's seeing the other Saeed. The people seeing his eye contact is with the other one. That's why the people will say to see the video. And also make it funny. Because as in my generation, I see the videos in TikTok and other videos. The videos going viral was the funniest video that they have in the platform. How to transfer my information, my article that I read, about the point that she tell us about the information that we implement in the videos. It need to be research, need to be articles that we read, accurate as possible. And this is what I am doing with the New Media Academy. I am also with the New Media Academy as a social media influencer. And they direct us to take the information from the right person or the right information, reorganize it in 30 to 1 minute with a funny direction and post it in social media. And I saw more than 1 million views in my account and more than 15 million in the organic farm.
Wow.
So for those of you in the audience, that's amazing. For those of you in the audience that might not have reached 1 million views yet, I'm among those. I guess there's still hope for some of us in terms of how we approach this. But you start on a point. I mean, you're an entrepreneur. We talked about how to get that off the ground. Obviously, entrepreneurs can be a very powerful force in terms of fighting climate change and just bringing new ideas into action. So, I would you, Juliet, as an environmental entrepreneur, you set up one of the first renewable energy companies to compete with British Gas, no small feat in the UK. You sit on boards of many innovative companies helping tackle the climate crisis. What challenges, I guess, do you see to having just more climate-friendly startups? I mean, Saeed started from zero on the ground and got the movement behind the organic farm himself. But how do we get more ideas into action, and how do we get more entrepreneurs off the ground here?
Yeah, so I think there are a lot of people who are now interested in the kind of concept of a startup, the concept of being a green startup. Actually, I did write a book called The Green Startup. But one of the key things is you only really get permission to be green if you actually can run a business. So one of the key focuses has to be at the beginning is, what is your business model? Because unless you can do that, you kind of don't have the luxury to do everything else. And I think sometimes, quite often I get quite a lot of people, young people, come and talk to me about this is the business they want to start up. And the concept of what they're trying to do from an environmental point of view is awesome. It's brilliant. But they now then need to translate that back into a business forum. So what does that look like? How do you essentially make money out of it? And I think that translation is the one that takes quite a long time. And sometimes there's a little bit of naivety about the fact that this is a brilliant product. I come across it with engineers as well. Engineers tell me, this is the way we should do it, because this is exactly how it should perform. But the reality is that when you take that to market, perhaps nobody wants it. So I do think that's really important. I do think the translation piece is really interesting, though. I did many, so I can't remember, it was a couple of years ago, we did a podcast where we used two experts and a comedian in each part. So it was called Great Green Questions. And it used that translation mechanism. Comedians and social commentators are brilliant translators. And sometimes you get this divide between scientists and engineers and entrepreneurs, actually, as well, and the rest of the world. And you need that translation coming together. And so I think when you see young entrepreneurs, they need to if they're not brilliant translators themselves, they need a translator. And then they also need to have somebody who can figure out what the business model is of their new business and enterprise.
Yeah, 100%. How many Gen Z entrepreneurs do we have in the audience? Do we have any? Raise of hands. None.
The one.
There we go.
Yeah. Okay. One. Well, yes, but in the audience.
I bet we have. I bet we've got loads.
All right, there's one. Okay.
All of these guys here.
A few more. Wonderful. Kelvin, what would you say to them?
Yeah, I just want to build on that, because part of what we as an organization do is try to solve that problem in Africa. How do you get more innovators, entrepreneurs that are young, developing startups that tackle this problem? And what we hear from them is they want to act on climate change, They don't want to be victims. They want to be part of building a better world. But how do we get started? So they have the ideas, but no really idea how to then move forward from that. So we created a venture launcher called Triggering Exponential Climate Action, which basically takes Gen Z, millennials that have ideas, and we form teams around those ideas and then give them venture building support to actually get to launch. And the thing that we found is that there's been a huge amount of demand for that program, so a large number of applications. And Gen Z are very willing to take risk, so to leave their fairly comfortable jobs to go and do something because they care so much about it. And so I think there's just an incredible amount of potential to unleash the Saids of the world onto these problems.
Thank you. You're leading us into the next question, and I wanted to start with Razan, you, which is around Gen Z work and just the talent value proposition, as well as any skills that we need to be building, whether it's for having more Gen Z entrepreneurs fighting climate change or anything else. This generation is the first generation of what we call digital work natives. And they behave in many similar ways, what I call the most generation. They're the most technologically savvy. They tend to behave quite similarly in many places around the world. Do you see or have you seen a shift in skills that people are looking for or people are hiring for, as well as what Gen Z is turning towards in terms of their preferences?
Yeah, thank you, Anna, for the question. I think I'm going to answer in two parts. The first, going back a step back into the pre-entrepreneurship stage where we are doing the work of empowerment inside schools and universities. And one thing that we notice is that when we hold an Innovation Day camp, for example, a workshop that gets to present a business challenge for students, we see them coming up with ideas of 80% of the presentations being around climate change, environment, and energy, and solving problems for that. And what really strikes out is youth's capability and ability to use different problem-solving tools when it comes to analyzing these challenges in terms of critical thinking, in terms of thinking about the big picture, in terms of understanding the connection circle and the impact and how does this affect change and how to take over change. On the other hand, what we also witness today is the private sector participation and involvement in the early education process, where companies are not only working on creating sustainable solutions, but they're also very keen into introducing these solutions at an early stage hand in hand with academia and academic institutions.
And we're seeing more and more announcements from academic institutions, as Juliet, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, the course I recently taught on, 30 students, amazing, 600 applicants for that course, the most sought out course at Oxford University at the moment on sustainable enterprise. And I think this is one of the things that the institutions are going to have to look at, is that how do they deal with the capacity of people who want to learn more about this, and what are they going to do to flex so that they can actually take advantage, to support this generation into where they want to go with their lives.
Yeah, and I think Columbia University, I was mentioning, just made an announcement this week that it was opening up its climate programs to people online, which is a huge, huge shift. Mm-hmm. Kelvin, shifting us to finance. You're passionate about financial innovation. You're passionate about the green future. A lot of my research shows that Gen Z very much shares this passion. How do you think the investing landscape is changing with more and more demand for climate products? I mean, it's a tough landscape overall right now. How do you see that shifting and evolving?
Yes, I think Gen Z is going to radically influence the way the investment landscape looks in the future, and that is already happening. We're in a transition, but I think one of the big drivers already is Gen Z, and I know that because we work with large banks and insurers in Africa on helping to embed sustainability into their strategy, and then implementing that. And actually, the number one driver of why they're doing that is because they want to future-proof their business and understand that Gen Z will soon be 30% of the workforce, and in future will be large investors, and so they need to create solutions and products that cater to Gen Z, and so that's a big driving force. So I think what we're going to see is genuinely green investment products, because Gen Z won't tolerate greenwashing or products that aren't actually contributing to these environmental objectives. So much more in that space. I think that they have to be digital. The way that banks and insurers engage with their customers will radically change. The UI will be digital, the advertising, the customer engagement will be digital. And that needs to happen a lot faster. I mean, if you look at a lot of the big banks at the moment, very few of them have TikTok accounts or active accounts. And then I think the third thing is that Gen Z, they're used to getting very personalized advice from their network, from crowdsourcing ideas from social media. And so they really demand personal solutions from their service providers. And so they're going to need a wider range of options that speak to their specific demographic. And they actually need also simple solutions, because I think what you find is a lot of Gen Z are unsure about finances, and they get a lot of conflicting advice from social media, and there's a lot of them that invest in cryptocurrency and these alternative things, but listen to influencers more than financial advisors. And so actually, if financial institutions want to capture their attention, they need to come very simply, transparently, and offer these kind of digital engagement channels that are green.
Yeah, and you're correct. I mean, many of the financial institutions are not on TikTok. They're not using TikTok to search and offer it up. And I think that presents a little bit of a challenge in terms of how do you reach them, but also coming back to what Anas and Said, you were saying in terms of that clarity and humor, because a lot of Gen Z are spending time in their online communities, and so they might not be using the traditional methods to seek finance. Anyone else on this one?
I mean, I think I do a whole chapter on finance in the book, because I think traditionally, when organizations have gone and raised finance, they haven't really thought about what's behind the finance or what color that finance looks like in terms of sort of what impact it's going to have on their business. And I think that is shifting. So I don't think the Gen Zs are going to be happy to be financed by a bank that might have the highest carbon footprint for its deposit accounts in the world. And I think it's going to, actually the crowdfunding position is going to be much more powerful. And so actually social media really works with that. I mean, I crowdfunded my company originally by mistake because there wasn't any other source to fund. And we had customers who kept putting their hands up and saying, can we invest? And I think that if Gen Z is very close to its audience, I think financial institutions are going to have to step up, because crowdfunding is a very good source of capital and a very easy source of capital for them.
I gotta say that's a bold ask and solution, but an important one. Maybe we can go in reverse order. I want to make sure we get to Q&A from the audience. So before we close down, Said, what bold action do you want to leave the audience with today?
I will start with I can start with being sustainable. Talking about sustainable action, the organic farm, and how it's hard to me to send a picture to the audience or to the people that see my content. Nothing is hard. We all, as young advocate in COP or other institute, work hard with delivering the information as easy as possible for them. And also, I started with packaging my orders from the farm with my cousin, delivering it with myself, until I reach now. I have a company. I have a delivery company, and also I have workers that they finish the work without me calling them and giving them orders. This is a good improvement that I had in my life, and everyone can start his own business or his own advocacy for climate change. We are going to the next year. It will be a hush on climate, and everyone need to understand what we are facing in the future and how to have a sustainable life for the future.
Brilliant. Calvin?
Great, so bold action from Gen Z. I would say be an influencer. It doesn't mean you have to have millions of followers on social media, but we know that Gen Z respond to influence from their peers. And so, for your peer group, be an influencer for the causes that you care about. Start to be vocal about it, start to advocate for it, and campaign for it in whatever spheres of influence you have. And I think that can help to start to generate the movement that we need.
Right. So small steps will amplify.
Yeah.
Razan?
I'd say Gen Z is honestly, truly a generation of power. Don't underestimate this power and continue to have these steps towards ensuring a sustainable change, a positive, sustainable change.
After the last question that you had, you mentioned how the financial institutions are not on TikTok. And I think that's not a bad thing. I think it's a huge opportunity, huge. If these, some of them boring organizations find a way of being relevant and really being present in the digital way, I think it's a great business opportunity for them. And Juliet mentioned something that, you know, with crowdfunding. As soon as she was talking, I'm like, crowdfunding is probably the way. Now, if a proper financial institution adopted that and said, listen, I really want to accommodate crowdfunding, so anybody who wants to be part of really good startups, we will vet them, and you can register. So now we have your passport, your ID, you're a legit crowdfunder, and this is your rights if you crowdfund in any of the 100 startups. So now I feel way better than sending my money randomly to somebody that I don't know what he'll do with the money, because I see a stamp of a financial institution that gets it. So to end, also I had a conversation before yesterday with a similar panel about climate change, and one of the activists said, listen, I'm going to simplify all of this. We just want money. We just want to find a way, because it starts with money. You support us with money. We're going to buy the right tools. We'll put the right SOPs, the right systems. But it starts with money. You know, we can talk all we want, but we need financial support. And he said it in a nice way. He didn't say we need millions. He said sometimes it's $5,000, sometimes it's $10,000. Just something to get us going, because we have the drive and all of that. And I think with that kind of the crowdfunding idea, the financial institution being present, and the right support to a young audience such as Saeed and millions of Gen Z, you're going to have a huge movement. But just how to get that fund easily, and it's very accessible.
Yeah, so don't get overwhelmed by the size of the problem or the size of the funding that we need, because with all the working hard and everything else, we even with small amounts make a big change. Julian.
I think for institutions, if you're employing Gen Z, then don't get left behind. Because if you are not delivering what they need or what they want, they will just leave you and bypass you and go somewhere else. So there's a balance here of getting your act together to be ready to support these guys and help them use the energy and the passion they have. But don't for any second think that you're good enough yet. You need to keep moving and keep being better so that Gen Z will actually deliver what they want to deliver.
Yeah, so your last note went to the businesses, and I think on that takeaway, if you're not aligning with their passions, they might be working for you, but they're not really working for you. Yeah. With 50% of them having side hustles. So just think about that. So I think we have a few questions from the audience.
Yes, we have quite a few that have come in. Gen Z grew up in an era of hyperconsumption when everything is available instantly. How does that marry up with climate consciousness? Is Gen Z's bark stronger than their bite when it comes to climate activism?
It's a great question, especially when you apply it to high fashion or fast fashion, as I should say, and things like that. Anyone want to tackle that one? While you think about it, I will note that I think if I remember my statistics right, about 1 in 5 Gen Z are willing to change brands if they don't support their climate causes.
Yeah, again, I'd say it again. Gen Z comes in with a very high standard value system within. So yes, they would not accept to be part of the problem. And by them not accepting being part of the problem, they're going to shy away from companies that don't share the same value system that they have. And they will run away.
Saeed, have you seen that? I mean, people are flocking to you and the organic farm. So as much as there is in some areas hyperconsumption, in other areas it sounds like there's a little bit of an awakening, even though you had to build that market yourself here.
I saw a lot of like incidents happen in social media because of this company is supporting something, or because of this company is adding this product without this adding the other product. They stop buying from them. They like will boycott the company, and that's it. That's why I'm very like caution with my farm, the organic farm, to show them how green we are, how we are near to the climate, and it's not about selling our product, it's about giving the knowledge of organic.
So continue looking for other options. What else do we have?
What can Gen Z do to influence other generations, and can they really?
It's going back to, Anas, your original point here. We should be influenced by Gen Z.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a losing battle if we try to bring them backwards. We're never going to win, and we don't get along. Now, when I talk about Gen Z, it's not just because I want Gen Z to like me, so I'm saying all the right things. I think it's just, I'm quite a logical person, and I think it's the right thing to do. However, can Gen Z also benefit from our experiences and our mistakes and our successes? Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't want to say that Gen Z is 100% competent. No, not even us are 100% competent. That's why there's a merge of experiences. And if you can bridge this marriage between generations and put a nice bridge with flowers and it looks really nice, well, that's a good bridge to have, because I can speak their language, I can benefit them with the little things that I had to go through, and you and everybody else. So they might be like, okay, I shouldn't do it this way, I should do it this way. So that's benefiting. And then it's adopting the new way, the fast way. But another topic that just crossed my mind when you were talking about the first question about the bark versus the bite. Something that I think is dangerous yet important is we have trends. Because it's a fast world, it's very trendy to be sometimes green or environmentally friendly. And the big challenge is to be sustainably trendy. Not just trendy for 3 months and everybody suddenly bought a plastic bottle or did something and then they forgot about it. No. How can I make a complete mindset change? It could be with organic food. Okay, yeah, everybody, oh, my neighbors are getting organic food and this influencer is getting organic food. Okay, so I'm excited now. But after 3 months, am I still doing that? And I'm like, no, I don't. I got bored. Now what's the next trend? So I think sustainable trends and completely changing a behavior is the big, or habit is the big challenge for us in a fast world.
Yeah, getting to enduring habits. Before we leave this question in terms of more discourse and make sure you're taking time to talk to each other across generations, did anybody want to comment on that just from a shadow board perspective? And having a Gen Z shadow board?
Yeah, so one of the things at Good Energy, when you run a company, essentially you've got 3 stakeholders you're trying to balance: your customers, your employees, and your shareholders. And so those are your constant kind of 3. But what, for me, one bit was always missing, which, and we ended up calling them, and it was a bit clumsy, but we ended up calling it the future holders, actually the people who aren't here today. And sort of trying to think about how do we represent that within our company. And we created a youth board. And that was a really interesting process. And it was brilliant because I loved them. They were fantastic, super. They were between 13 and 17, school age. And they, because we can now do everything virtually, they did it all virtually. We gave them a platform. We gave them training and communications. We took them to conferences, so they spoke at COP26. But what was really interesting about it is that the middle management team of my organization sort of slightly, I don't know, generation-splained. So they were kind of slightly condescending to this group of kids about this is how this works and this is renewables. And these guys just wiped the floor with them. They knew so much more. They were so bright. They were super challenging. And the team went, oh, my God. And it was really a good wake-up to say, this generation knows what they're talking about, and they want you to think about the things that they are thinking about. Interesting, so one of my other roles, I'm a Crown Estate Commissioner in the UK, and we've now just started getting a youth board involved in that, which is amazing, because it's so important to make sure that you're not getting left behind in terms of understanding what the generation is talking about.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And we've seen more and more of that in even on the corporate side. So Oliver Wyman, CEO, put in place a shadow council that was basically advising all the decisions that have been made. So it can be done. It can be done if you have a private business or if you're a public business, and it's been invaluable. I'm getting a question straight from the audience. Is that okay?
Anna, can I just add something before? Very quick. I mentioned financing the startups, which I think is crucial. But another big challenge is the big organizations, and I love the idea of the future holders. And a big challenge is, okay, these young startups are getting the right money and they're building their small SMEs, and perfect. That's one great achievement. Now the big organizations that are making big decisions, and they have these committees and their board members, why isn't their youth present to make these decisions? So I loved what she said, and there's something that I keep repeating because I love. So let's imagine a board with 10 people, and we can say, if all of them are old or middle-aged, that's 10 out of 10, right? So now if I get one youth, that's a token. So I put a youth there. So just ting. If I get 2 youth out of 10, that's a minority. If I get 3 at least, it's a change. And that's what I think big organizations should do, what Juliette mentioned. Bring them on board. Let them share an idea that none of us are thinking about, and we will do something big, I think.
I think, Anna, if you allow me just to add one thing, what's missing is youth's representation at the decision-making level. And with every workshop or activity that we hold inside schools or universities, what impresses me the most is youths and Gen Z's ability to really show us the future, to help us envision the future with their eyes. And what I mean here is that every single time they are presenting a business solution or an idea, their vision and the ideas that they come up with is not something we're used to see. And this is what I mean when I say they help us envision the future, basically.
So if you're a Gen Zer and you work for a corporation, don't wait for the corporation to make that change. Suggest it. Go and suggest it yourself.
مرحبا أنس كيف حالك؟
مرحبا هلا.
Excellent segue. What you were just saying, because I work directly with a lot of Gen Zers, I mentor them, and one
Can you
challenge.
introduce yourself?
My name is Sana Bagarsh, and I own a few platforms that are focused on youth interculturalism and sustainability. And I live between Dubai and Seattle, so I sort of straddle a few continents. But the challenge that I see, and my daughter goes to Stanford, and they were doing research, her group was doing research, and I was mentoring them. The big challenge they have relates to, we want to make a difference, but there is a sellout culture, even in places like Stanford. So they graduate and they go to McKinsey or KPMG or other places. They want to make a difference, but they don't know how to sustain themselves. They still need a job. You know, they want the nice car. Living in Silicon Valley is very expensive, as you know, or other places in the world. So how do you bridge that? Young people want to make a difference. They want to serve on boards. They want to participate. But how do they become involved without losing that financial edge they would have if they went directly to the corporate world?
Great question. Juliet, you want to start?
I mean, the number of entrepreneurs I see who have gone that route. So they have gone into some of the big consultancies and they've stayed there, but they've worked in areas where they're finding out really interesting trends. They get themselves into a place of something that they're interested in, and then they leave and go and set up companies. And I've seen that time and time again. There's an organization I'm working with at the moment that's a carbon offset platform called Mobatable. The 2 founders of that did exactly that. They went to I can't remember, I think it was Harvard and then business school. And then after that, they spent 2 or 3 years in consultancy, and now they've set up a business. And I think, so I don't think that route doesn't preclude you from getting into startups at all. In fact, sometimes you learn a lot of the basics, because one of the big challenges, you come straight out of university, you don't necessarily have any of the basic skills about reporting, understanding business models, sort of financial modeling, any of that stuff. Go work in a big organization and learn it all, and then go and start up what you want.
Yeah, just to add to that, our experience is the sweet spot with founders is late 20s. So when you have had some work experience and you had time to build networks and ideas, and then when you jump and go start a company, then you're much more effective than if you're straight out of university.
Yeah.
I have a point.
Go ahead,
Yeah. From my journey, I saw that social media can infuse your reaching your goal faster. I started my company, the Organic Farm, the second year of the university, from scratch, as you know the story. It was very basic. It's only like my cousin's farm, some vegetable that we grow on the farm. By the time I started without social media, it was very hard to reach people. It was very hard to sell the product. But when I started thinking about educating people about organic, downloading videos about how they can plant, how organic is better than the normal, I reached more than 2 million people to my account. I reach more than 600,000 of I sell from my farm. And a lot was because of social media. Social media is very powerful and can take you in 2 years to beyond. My friends, like farmers from 60s, 50s, they are farmers, but they didn't reach what I reached in 3 years. All because of the communication. I study PR, yeah, and political science.
That's the secret.
Yeah, because the PR, because of the social media, it's pushed me very fast to reach what I reach now.
I mean, so you had a vision. You started while you were still in school.
Yeah.
And I guess you leveraged your degree to also find success in social media and be able to educate everybody about organics in general.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
Anna, he said something that I don't think he realized. Yes, social media was the channel, but Saeed led by value. If you lead by value, that the person watching you feels he's benefiting, you don't need to promote anything. So he's leading by knowledge, not saying, please buy this, you know, it's the doesn't work
and
anymore.
by authenticity.
Yeah,
which
it
is-
doesn't
which
work
is
anymore.
critical.
Maybe it used to work in my time, but now you lead by education, by information, by making somebody feel something. They will come to you and buy your product because there's value, which I think you're doing a good job with that. Yeah.
So remember, we're all heading over to see Saeed's organic farm at COP afterwards. We have time for one more? Okay.
Yes, last question, and I'm going to just combine two, because one is social media. Has social media been a positive force in Gen Z's fight against climate change, or is it a distraction from our connection with the environment? And what concrete actions should be taken so that Gen Z is included in decision-making and not only as enthusiasts of change?
Two-part question.
I have a point on that. What I saw that I started implementing stories about small things. I was going to end the speech with that, about changing small things in their homes. Changing the bottles or changing the cleanings that we use, the bags that we use, plastic bags, small things, gardening in the home, our own vegetables. It's a small things that any family can start, and it will build on until we reach a sustainable house, reducing many things, reducing the emissions of a country, UAE. One house to 100,000 house to 200,000 house will do a difference. That's why what I saw on TikTok and other DIYs that they are showing people at very easy level how to transfer from plastic bags to newspaper bags to a lot of solutions that we find it easily in TikTok and Instagram, and it's from youth, from kids also, and how we can educate kids that can make a change in the houses, like the PR that the AD police was doing before, how to educate the kids in their schools about the belt, the seat belt of the cars, and how the kids in the cars see their parents that they don't put the belt, and then father, please put the belt, father, mother, please put the belt, because they have the knowledge from the schools.
Or
and
it's not 10, it's 2, right?
Yeah, and they are changing the perspective of family from
Yeah.
the kids.
So important point about social media not just being a distraction, but actually breaking down a huge problem into smaller actionable solutions. Anyone else want to tackle this one before we round out?
I mean, I think the question is it a distraction or is it an addition? And I think my personal view is Gen Z are pretty good at navigating this stuff, and I cannot see that we get this level of awareness around climate today amongst that generation if we didn't have social media. And I think coming back to the point on information, it's an absolute way of communicating and selling. You give clear information, you become an advocate and give something to your audience, then they're going to come and give back to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's, to be fair, it's been a huge education for the other generations as well.
Yes.
So much more than so. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you to the panelists and the speakers.
We take a picture. Take a picture.
Masma.
Hello? Oh, God. Hello, thank you, and welcome back for our next session. This is curated by the Blue Planet Alliance and Peace Boat, and we're going to be focusing on education and capacity building related to renewable energy and achieving 100% by 2045. Please welcome to the stage Emily McGlone and Hank Rogers, who will be running this session, and 3 of their wonderful youth activists who will be joining them. Please give them a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Extreme Hangout. What a lovely afternoon it is here in Dubai at COP28. And thank you so much to the organizers for being here with us and all of the participants here today. Round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much. All right. Well, we're excited to share here with you today our presentation about Peace Boat and Blue Planet Alliance, and also our Youth for the SDG Scholars, who you see here on the stage. Really happy to see lots of youth here in the audience. We're going to be talking about ways you can also get involved, so please pay close attention. We're going to start off, first of all, with a presentation a little bit introducing Peace Boat and how we came together for this collaboration. So this is our ship, the Peace Boat, also known as the MV Pacific World, which holds 2,000 people and travels the world promoting peace and sustainability. You can see on the stage here, we also have a map of our global voyages, visiting more than 20 countries every 3 months, and about 100 ports of call in the northern and southern hemisphere. Peace Boat was started in 1983, and this year we are celebrating our 40th anniversary. And with us, we carry 2,000 participants all around the world, organizing workshops and lectures about important global issues. We also work as part of ICAN, the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons, on nuclear disarmament and education, sharing the voices of survivors from Hiroshima and Nagasaki as Peace Boat was started in Japan, and working together with communities also affected by the nuclear disaster in Fukushima. So really calling for a nuclear-free future. It's one thing we've been hearing a lot at COP28, and we want to really make sure that everyone knows that we're working towards a nuclear-free future with renewable energy, mostly solar, wind, or geothermal, because the nuclear radiation from Fukushima still today continues to affect local communities, and they've also been leaving nuclear radiated water into the ocean, which we are sailing on every day, and which we really care and want to protect. So today we're also going to be talking about education, SDG number 4. We are organizing educational programs on board the ship with guest speakers and lecturers, doing workshops and all kinds of events every day as we're sailing from port to port. And on the hull of our ship, we have the logo of the SDGs. So everywhere that we dock, we're raising awareness for sustainable development, and we're part of the SDG Action Campaign. We also have a purpose, which is sailing for sustainability through socially and environmentally responsible tourism. That means that in every port of call, we are going to learn from local communities. People often ask us, what are you going to teach on the Peace Boat? And we're not going to teach, we're going to learn from the communities that we work with, whether it be indigenous groups or local NGOs or governments. And we're very proud of our Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassador program. Today we also have Khadija Stewart here from Trinidad and Tobago, who was already on board twice now, once as an Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassador. These are young people from small island developing states or large ocean states raising awareness for SDG 14. And now we have our Youth for SDGs program. We've started a scholarship for young people ages 18 to 30. Raise your hand if you're in that category here today, 18 to 30 years old. All right, there's a couple of you out there, so thank you so much. We have a scholarship to bring you on board the ship and sail with us now under the UN Ocean Decade. This is the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, and our program recently was endorsed by IOC UNESCO as an official contribution to the Ocean Decade. So we're really excited to continue this program until 2030 and beyond. We have also started an incredible citizen science program, organizing water testing throughout the ports of call that we visit, learning about pH level, oxygen, turbidity, and temperature of the water in all the ports of call, so we can see the impacts of climate change and how those are differing over time and from different ports. So our youth are really getting engaged and actually learning about science hands-on. And this year we had 2 programs on board for the Ocean Decade. The first program was in the Arctic. We sailed from London up to the fjords of Norway over to Iceland. And our second program was held in Latin America. So learning about the impacts of climate change, especially in the Arctic, is a really important part of our work. And we'll be returning again next summer. So you guys can look forward to joining us in the future. And on every global voyage, we have all kinds of programs around sustainability. So whether we're working in the ports, doing nature observation, or learning about our ocean, we also realize that traveling by ship does have an impact on the ocean that we care about, which is why we've started this amazing program to create the world's first eco-ship. This will be a ship using solar and wind power to reduce our CO2 by at least 20% just with the solar and wind. We'll have wind sails and solar panels that'll be retractable sails. You can see here on the hull of the ship as well, covered with solar. And these will be helping us to sail more sustainably as we are traveling, bringing our passengers on board, but also to raise awareness on how much energy we're using on the ship. We'll have smart energy meters in all of the cabins, and we'll also be doing education around renewable energy as part of our main programs. So this is going to be the first ship of its kind. It's also using the idea of biomimicry, sharing nature's pattern as an inspiration. So this is designed after the shape of a whale. And inside the ship, in the hull, we will have a beautiful garden. So that's kind of the cover of the garden. And inside we'll have a big biodiversity hub with all kinds of natural elements where people can learn about the different kinds of plants around the world. And that will be 6 stories high inside the ship. We'll also have a kinetic energy dance floor so that while we're listening to amazing music, we can also help generate energy just by our own movement, which I think is going to be pretty amazing. Pretty cool, right? Give a round of applause for that. That sounds pretty cool, right? And as we're contributing to citizen science, we want to have a research lab on board. And we've been working with Dr. Sylvia Earle and also Fabien Cousteau to design this marine research area, contributing to citizen science and data. And we'll be doing all kinds of educational programs around renewables and then the ocean as well. So this year, we're just excited to present this EcoShip program. And we're going to try to show you guys also a little bit of an example of what the video of the EcoShip might look like. We have a rendering of the ship of the future. You can see it here on stage. Check out this short video. Okay, how many people would like to sail with us on the EcoShip? Raise your hand. All right, you guys are receiving an invitation from Extreme Hangout here, so you can join us on our next voyage. And we're hoping to sail the EcoShip by the year 2030. That's our goal. And this year, we have a new opportunity for young people. We'll be traveling in January through Patagonia from Chile to Argentina. So you can see here the glaciers that we were viewing from the ship. Our last voyage to Argentina and Chile was in 2019 with our Youth for the SDGs Scholarship Program. So this year, scholarships are open right now. We'll be going to Torres del Paine National Park in Chile as well, learning about the glaciers. And really, this is a very fragile ecosystem which we want to protect and learn about as much as possible. So we'll be inviting young people to travel with us. We'll be going on January 10th to Valparaiso, Chile, where Peaceful will be docking, and then heading south into Patagonia, sailing through the fjords over to Ushuaia in Argentina, and then up to Buenos Aires, which will be really cool. So I hope that you can all join us. This is the scholarship page. You guys can scan the QR code, sign up today or come talk to us after, and I hope you'll enjoy also the talk from our Youth for SDGs scholars. And that's pretty much kind of the exciting part about Peace Boat. And because we're working towards renewable energy, this is going to be the chance where we get to really partner with the Blue Planet Alliance. So I'd like to pass it over now to the founder and director and incredible entrepreneur, Mr. Hank Rogers from Blue Planet Alliance. Please give him a big round of applause.
So I have a question. There are 100,000 people here. Why are we here? To stop climate change. All right, we're here to stop climate change. And how are we going to do that? What's causing climate change? Climate change is being caused by carbon dioxide. We all know this. It's very simple. So we have to stop producing carbon dioxide. That's the job. You know, there's a lot of other stories that you hear about, you know, I don't know. I hear 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees. I just don't understand exactly what that means or how I can affect that. But I do know that we can stop using carbon-based fuel. Now, how do we do that? I'll give you an example. Okay, so I was living in Hawaii when I came on my mission to end the use of carbon-based fuel. I could tell you the story about how I came on this mission. I had a near-death experience, and I found my mission in life. And so I decided that Hawaii should be first. And Hawaii at the time, this is, gosh, 15 years ago, Hawaii spent at that time $5 billion a year on oil and $1 billion on coal. 30% of the oil goes to jet fuel, 30% goes to ground transportation, meaning gasoline and diesel. And $2 billion, 40% or $2 billion of the oil is used to make electricity. $2 billion plus $1 billion of it, that's $3 billion. Now, Hawaii is the southernmost state in how many of you from the US? Almost nobody. Yeah, I'm guessing, okay. It's the southernmost state in the US, so we have the best solar. It's in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, so we have wind. We have 95% of the time we have trade winds. It's the mecca of renewable energy. So we decided to form a group, the Blue Planet Foundation, to end the use of carbon-based fuel in Hawaii. Now we're fighting against, you could say we're fighting against $6 billion. But we didn't start by saying oil is bad or coal is bad, you guys got to stop doing that and try to stop the import. Because as long as people are using the oil and using the coal, they're not going to stop. This is kind of like, it's kind of like trying to stop the drug trade by putting drug lords in jail. As long as people are still using drugs, the drugs are still going to come. Somebody else is going to do it. If you stop one oil company, another oil company will do it. The only way we can do it is by stopping ourselves. So we went about, the biggest chunk of all of that oil and all of that coal was the $3 billion, was making electricity. So we decided to go after the electricity sector first. And we didn't do it by saying, you guys are wrong, you guys are evil. We said, let's figure out a better way for you guys to do business. So first of all, when we talked to them in the old days, they said, what are you talking about? We make electricity by burning oil and coal. What are you talking about? And I said, well, we're talking about all kinds of renewable energy. We're talking about wind, solar, geothermal. So those things are unreliable. We don't know how to use that stuff. And I came to the realization that there's a negative inertia. In other words, people don't want to change. They know how to do something and they don't want to change. And that's kind of the problem of the world. So how do we break through that barrier? The adults didn't really want to listen to us. So the answer is through the youth, by the way. If you go back in time, you know, everybody used to smoke cigarettes, and they did public service announcements saying this is bad for you, it's going to kill you and all that. And did that stop anybody from smoking? No. The campaign to stop smoking, we reached to the children and said, please ask your parents to stop smoking because you want them to be around. You don't want them to die. And so The first campaign that we did is we had school children go door to door and exchange 300,000 light bulbs. And in 3,000, in that, the exchange, the communication exchange between a child and an adult, the child is saying, here, this light bulb will save you money because it only uses 10% of the electricity of your old light bulb. And this will save my future because it's going to reduce the amount of carbon carbon dioxide that we're putting into the air, which is really affecting my future. Then we had junior high school students go draw on sidewalks where high tide would be in a 1 meter rise in sea level. This is Hawaii now. 1 meter rise in sea level, and Waikiki is underwater during high tide. So people got to understand what it is. They got to understand what's the solution, a little bit about the solution. And our big claim to fame, our big success was in 2015, we managed to pass a law. I mean, this takes time. It took us years, but we finally passed a law in Hawaii that says Hawaii has to go 100% renewable for electricity by 2045. What that meant was that the electric company, utility, and everybody else in Hawaii was put on notice that if they tried to build something today to make electricity out of fossil fuel, they would have to shut it off in 2045. It's the first time that the utility actually thought about it. And they got their engineers together and they started thinking about it, and they came back 6 months later and said, you know what, we figured it out. We can actually do this, and we can do it by 2040. This was the date that we were originally fighting for. We were fighting to get 100% by 2040. The politicians said, we're not going to give you 2040, we'll give you 2050. We negotiated and ended up with 2045. It turns out, my son tells me, hey, 2045 turns out to be a great date. I said, why? He says, that's the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. Perfect. Perfect. Let's fix climate change by 2045, the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. That's a start. We start in Hawaii. Since then, 12 other states have copied our legislation, including California, Illinois, and New York. So we're already at 50% of the people in the United States that have a mandate that says they cannot use fossil fuel for electricity after 2045. And to make sure that it happened, what did we do? The next thing we did was we changed the business model of the utility so that they make more money by switching to renewables. The cost of electricity, that's oil-based electricity, is 25 cents per kilowatt hour. The cost of wind and solar is 8 cents per kilowatt hour. If you add storage, meaning batteries, now you're up to 12 cents. The cost is half. And the old business model was the utility got to make 10% on the price of oil. What a stupid business model, by the way. It meant that they're happy when the price of oil goes up because they're making more money. Doesn't make any sense. So 10% of 25 cents is 2.5 cents. Okay, you can make 3 cents on the 12 cents. It means they're making more money and we're paying less money. Guess what? Guess who's our best friend now? It's the utility. They went from being like, ooh, those guys are the worst consumers of fossil fuel to moving in the right direction. Hawaii today is already at 36% renewable energy. So if you align everybody to go in the same direction, people will move. It's an economic thing. So I see a lot of youth here. I demonstrated when I was your age. I demonstrated against the war in Vietnam, and we stopped that war. And it's your turn to stop the use of fossil fuel. But it starts with our consumption. It starts at home. And so we did Hawaii, we did 12 other states, and now we've formed a new organization called the Blue Planet Alliance, and we're doing the same thing, but we're doing it for other countries. So 2 months ago, it's a month and a half ago, we brought 8 islands to Hawaii. One person from the government, one person from the utility, one person from the community. And we showed them what we did in Hawaii. And we taught them how to talk to each other. Because in general, these people they're in the side, they're not talking to each other. And that's part of the problem. Because the solution involves everybody. It doesn't just involve some sector. Everybody gets involved. So we are moving in the right direction. Hawaii's moving in the right direction. The island countries that we brought, Palau, Tuvalu, Tonga, Guam, Samoa, Northern Marianas, and the Cayman Islands. That was the first one. We'll do this every 6 months and bring in 8 new countries, island countries, to Hawaii. And then we'll start working on countries. This is how we do it. We are going to get individual jurisdictions in the world to decide to stop using fossil fuel. That's the way to go forward. And first, it's for electricity. The next for us, we're doing this already, is ground transportation, which is already happening in the world. And next will be air transport. And once we've got all of those sectors, we will be done. And we can do this by 2045. We have the technology. We have the money. All that's missing is the willpower. And the willpower has to come from the youth. You need to tell your parents that you demand this because they're responsible for your future. All the people, they need to tell their politicians, they need to get everyone to move. People ask me if I have hope. And I say, no, I don't have hope. I have determination. We need determination because we are going to do this. We are going to fix climate change, and we're going to fix climate change by 2045. And it's about ending the use of carbon-based fuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Hank Rogers. You know, Blue Planet Alliance has been an incredible inspiration, not only to Peace Boat, because we're also working to decarbonize the maritime, but also, you know, to so many young people around the world. So as you saw here from this fellowship program on the stage, that was an incredible experience for island leaders going to Hawaii, learning firsthand about the success of Blue Planet Alliance. And now we also have our Youth for the SDG Scholars, also co-sponsored by Blue Planet Alliance. We have 7 Youth for the SDG Scholars here at COP28, which is amazing. And I'd like to pass the mic now, first of all, to Francisco Lara Fletes. He is from Costa Rica. He's been working with us at Peace Boat as well. He was not only on the ship, but then he became an intern at Peace Boat, coming to COP, and is now a global ambassador for Blue Planet Alliance. So everybody, please give Francisco a big round of applause.
Thank you, Emily, for that warm introduction and amazing, actually. And yeah, I have the privilege to, you know, be here with 2 amazing organizations that are represented by Mr. Rogers and also Emily as well. And I'm very glad to be sharing with all of you my experience on board the Peace Boat for the Youth for the SDGs scholarship program, and maybe, I don't know, you know, inspire you to join our voyages and the next program that is going to take place in January. So first of all, I would like to talk about how a game changer the Youth for the SDGs program is. I mean, from, you know, having the opportunity to make lifelong friendships, as well as, you know, getting to involve in educational programs on board the ship and also on each port that we visit. That was something that I was never experienced, you know, traveling on a ship that has many different cultures inside the boat, and also being surrounded by amazing nature, as you can see here, because we made 3 stops on our program in Panama and Guatemala and Mexico. We did this civil society engagement with different stakeholders, different institutions, and we also were able to raise our voice, which is something that not all organizations, you know, give the platform for young people, and that's something that Peace Boat and also Blue Planet Alliance allow us to do, to raise our voice, to use the power that we have within ourselves, and to share, our needs and the things that we believe in. So for me, for example, as someone from Costa Rica, the work that Blue Planet Alliance does in the renewable field, and also the work that the Eco Ship is currently doing to, to basically revolutionize the maritime industry is so important, coming from a country where 99% of our energy is actually produced from renewables. So that's pretty much what I feel, and what I feel inspired by, and that's the stubborn optimism that keeps me going like every single day. Hank just said that we don't need to have hope, we need to have determination, and that's pretty much what I also feel inspired by, not only by him, but by for example, Christiana Figueres, the former UNFCCC Secretary General, and the architect of the Paris Agreement as well. She says that we need to have this stubborn optimism, and we need to believe that there is a future that is worth fighting for, and that's the call that pretty much we want to do today. With all of you, all of the youth here representing. We want to use our shape, we want to use our cause and everything for you, for youth, to raise your voice, to have this stubborn optimism, to keep pushing towards renewable, towards sustainability, towards the well-being of all of us, of the world in general. So yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep trying. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep this stubborn optimism within all of us. And now I actually would like to pass the mic to my amazing friend Ari, which is also somebody who took part of on our amazing voyage, and she will deep dive more into the experience of the youth for the SDGs. Thank you so much.
Hi. So this feels a little bit surreal because I think I met Emily first beginning of this year, and we sort of kept speaking about the road to COP, all of our plans, and it's crazy to see it sort of materialize and see you guys here, because the whole idea was that we were going to spend the year working on these projects, translating our findings and bringing it back to young people. So it's amazing, first of all, to see so many of you guys in the room. But I guess for a little bit of context, so before I met Emily, I was given the amazing title of Head UK Youth Delegate to COP. So my role was effectively to bridge the gap between civil society, both domestically and internationally, and feed that back to the governments, to the international community, and translate that into policy that is enacted into law. Sounds simple enough, but it's a really, really hard task, especially when, being from London, my echo chamber is young people who are frankly very privileged, like myself, who don't feel the wrath of climate change on a day-to-day. It gets a little bit warmer sometimes, and we're really happy about that because it's cold most of the time. But for me, it didn't really feel like I was getting enough representation by talking to just people in my sort of surrounding community. And so getting the opportunity to be a Peace Boat Scholar was incredible. When I got the email from Emily, I couldn't quite believe my luck, and I was on a flight to Panama a few weeks later. And for me, the experience was, we said at the time we didn't really want to put it into words because it couldn't justify quite sort of the beauty of it, and the not just the lessons we learned, but the connections we made with both the people on my panel and the communities in Latin America. But it really, really opened my eyes to several things, but one thing was the huge chronic information gap that different communities across the world experience. So I think it was Guatemala, and we'd done this incredible turtle conservation efforts in the morning with Sustainable Ocean Alliance in Guatemala. And on our way back, we had four turtles on our boat, and we were taking them on the way to the hospital. And I remember seeing on the sort of the banks of the shore there was loads of rubbish. And I turned to the partner and said, what a shame it is that this rubbish has obviously accumulated from someone else throwing it into the sea and onto these vulnerable communities' coastlines. But they said that actually the community that lived on these islands, they were actively putting the rubbish there. So Coca-Cola bottles, toothpaste cans because they thought that it would help prevent coastal erosion. They thought it worked as a deflection method, which is crazy because, you know, I know from a young age that coastal erosion is not solved by putting plastic onto the shoreline, and to me that's an obvious thing. But for these communities who are so desperate, who don't get representation in the international sphere, who aren't listened to, they're having to resort to alternatives that are actually hindering the problem as opposed to contributing to the solution. And so it was incredible for me to kind of realize the naivety of these communities and my own naivety, and come back to the UK and try and translate that. And one huge legacy for me this year is, in order for the UK to be more representative and sort of bring in the international narrative of what's going on, we extended, as Hank was talking about with the sort of SIDS, we extended our delegation to include overseas territories. So we have someone from the Cayman Islands representing the UK this year, which is incredible because for her, it's a real, you know, day-to-day lived experience of the climate crisis. And so she is one of the only people from the Cayman Islands this year, and the same I was with someone from St. Martin earlier, the only representative from St. Martin. And I think it was my experience on the Peace Boat, working with these different communities, working with these incredible individuals who exposed the reality of their lived experience, that made me want to sort of use my sort of privilege and my title to get people in the room who aren't there otherwise. And not just for me to be their voice, but also to give them a platform to sort of have their own voice. And I really, I think, couldn't have done that without the confidence that Peace Boat gave me to not pull the ladder up. I think that's a huge thing. Once you're in anywhere, you know, you guys are in Dubai, you're in COP, it's a privilege, and anything you can do to sort of keep the hard work going, and it is determination. It's not just hope, because hope sounds kind of like a passive thing where you sort of wish that things will come about, and you're looking forward to someone else sort of doing the legwork. But it is about determination, it is about grit, and it is just about passion. And ultimately, that comes from feeling like you're part of a community, and you can't do that by sort of working through this in isolation. And it's interesting, Henk, that you said it took, you know, a near-death experience to make you sort of realize this. But I guess the current crisis is a near-death experience if you think about the timeline of sort of how long we have left before wildfires are a daily occurrence. And so I guess this should be our current near-death experience that catalyzes us to want to make a change. So yeah, I think I just hope you guys sort of, as everyone was saying, you guys really are the future, and I really hope that you see your agency and see your power and do something about it with us. It's very much a collective effort, so thank you.
All right, Ari, how am I supposed to follow after you with that amazing closure? But I am Khadijah Stewart from Trinidad and Tobago, and as Ari was talking about, you know, getting the confidence, I started my journey with Peace Boat in 2019 as an Ocean and Climate Youth Ambassador. And I just remember seeing the advert for this program and thinking, wow, this looks amazing. Is this something I should sign up for? I don't know. Who am I? Do I have enough knowledge? Am I smart enough? Am I going to be able to contribute to the conversations, etc.? And that plays on the imposter syndrome that, you know, that we as young people face 24/7. But I was like, you know what? I might be scared, but let me take the chance. Let me take the opportunity, especially being from a small island developing state. And we had 8 ambassadors from the Caribbean, from the Pacific, from all over. And it was the first time that a space was created specifically for SIDS on a moving ship, where we were able to share our stories, our lived realities of climate change, and connect that with the global atmosphere. So like, we were in Spain, we were in Malta, we were in the Azores Islands, we were speaking to university students, we were speaking to professors. We were really just sharing our knowledge, our stories, and really letting people know that, hey, like Ari kind of mentioned, being from London, that not all the time you would be experiencing climate change in the way that you might think, oh, maybe this is climate change. Whereas we as islanders, we have that 24/7, whether it be a hurricane, a typhoon, a drought, etc. So for us to be able to share that and for people to connect and people to realize, oh no, I need to wake up. I need to just not just be there thinking, oh well, this is somebody else's problem. Maybe I should just let them deal with it. And through that, we really felt empowered. I always say before 2019, if you asked me to sit on a stage and talk to people, I would have laughed and just completely gone home because there was no way I was going to use my voice, I was going to share, I was going to speak up. But this is something that the program does a really good job at, is just helping you find your voice and you find your superpower and you really be able to connect with communities, connect with each other. Moving on from this program, I did the Youth for the SDGs program. I clearly love the ship a lot, just like being out at sea, just seeing the ocean. I spend a lot of time just staring at it because I get frustrated and I get, overwhelmed with the realities of climate change and being in this space 24/7, that I just really need to be out at sea sometimes. And just that's one of the things that I enjoy the most actually about being on the ship, as well as connecting with other youth leaders. And the Youth for the SDGs program, wow, that was completely different from the first one. This time, it was global youth. We had the opportunity to really connect with local NGOs, like Ari mentioned, doing sea turtle conservation in Guatemala, spending time with indigenous communities in Panama, being in Mexico, feeling an normal amount of heat, something that I had never experienced before in my life. And I was just like, well, if this is climate change, then boy, tap me out, because I don't wanna live through that. Like, it was an abnormal temperatures that we were experiencing. But all that to say is that, the ship was really a tool for young people to really connect, to really empower, to really use their voice. And through that, we make different partnerships, different connections. And that's how I became involved with Blue Planet Alliance as well. And, being from, like I said, from the Caribbean, a small island developing state, experiencing the impacts of climate change, my country, Trinidad and Tobago, their main economic driver is the fossil fuel industry. And, BPA is working towards 100% renewables, etc. And they have, a lot of other islands involved. And it's about time that Trinidad and Tobago realizes that we can't continue business as usual. There's no way our people would survive if we continue like that. And if they have the stepping stones, the knowledge, the power, then why not join that cause to help turn the tide in my own country so that we could see a future and we could continue enjoying the island that we all call home. So that's it.
All right. Thank you so much. I mean, our youth ambassadors really have been amazing to work with, not only on the Peace Boat, but our goal is to bring them to COP. We don't only participate also here at COP, but other United Nations conferences like the UN Ocean Conference. This year we were at Climate Week in New York City. We were at the Water Conference, and we'll be also at the UN Ocean Decade Conference, which will be taking place next year in Barcelona, in Spain. So we enjoy traveling with our youth and really making the program continue on throughout the years. So it's kind of something that we hope will bring in more young people, and we'll be able to really make a big change through their stories and their inspiration. So just going back to what we're doing here at COP, and I'm looking at all the T-shirts here in the audience and all the young people. It says "decarbonize" on your T-shirts. Super cool. What do you think? Thinking about renewable energy and our goal, what do you think would be a great outcome of COP28 this year? Thinking about renewable energy or anything that you hope to see coming from this COP. And I just want to start with Khadija, since you got the mic there. You're here. This is a 2-week-long program at COP. We have events every single day. There's so much happening in every part of COP, in the green zone, in the blue zone, right here at the Extreme Hangout. What do you hope to happen from COP28?
Okay, you put me on the spot, no problem. COP28, I know one of the biggest things that we've been talking about right now is the global stocktake, right? And we know for a fact, based on that we are nowhere near where we need to be. And I really would like that to be like a slap in the face to just wake people up and realize this has to be the turning point. We have to accept that, okay, we are not doing enough, we need to be more ambitious, and we need to put those goals out there and really work towards it and really start creating the systems to help us work towards it. So that's one thing I want. The next thing, I know that the loss and damage fund has, just been approved, etc., but I really want it to be designed in a way that really benefits small island developing states, and it's not just something that is going to be a loan, a handout, etc. And I know that there's a lot of people talking about it now. The way it's being designed, it's almost like, well, these are the developed countries accepting the fact that climate change is happening, and here, take some money, go and do something about it to like repair. Whereas it's not like this is actually something that small island developing states need to be resilient, to adapt to the impacts of climate change, and to also develop mitigating strategies. So I just really want these things to come into the conversation and we move forward with this mindset and not just let it be a payout, because I feel like at that point it's just accepting that climate change is happening and here.
Thank you, Khadija. And I have one more question for you too, because you're not only talking about renewable energy, but you've also been talking about the deep sea. This has been a really important topic because there's a lot of people here at COP also saying that we need to do deep sea mining to get minerals from the deep sea in order to then create renewable energy, which is kind of a contradiction in itself, right? So tell us a little bit about what you think about deep sea mining and what are you doing here at COP with Sustainable Ocean Alliance?
Okay, so deep sea mining, for those of y'all who haven't heard the topic before, because it's relatively new and it's kind of going under the radar. So within the deep sea, we have these minerals, cobalt, nickel, manganese, yeah, etc., at depths below 200 meters. And it's being advertised as that we need these minerals in conjunction with land mining to meet the needs of the green revolution. And that is one of the biggest myths out there. And they're saying like this is part of the sustainable blue economy. And I'm trying to figure out if it is you're going to an ecosystem that is severely undisturbed, it's dark, it has life, it has creatures, and these species has done a lot to adapt to that particular environment, and we're going in there with something like, picture a tractor just going on the seabed and just dragging these minerals up and destroying entire ecosystems. And I remember being on a panel yesterday and saying, it's almost like if somebody said, hey, coral reefs is a great tool to use to build homes. Let's use that. And then we just start going in the ocean and just start taking all the coral reefs and then start just using it as a construction tool. Like, that is something that is absolutely wild. We already have resources on land and we don't need to go and interfere with the reefs, right? That's the same thing with the minerals in the deep sea. We definitely don't need it, and it's being used, like I mentioned, as one of the biggest greenwashing tools for your cars, for phones, etc. And we have so many companies, Samsung, Tesla, Google, etc., that said they're not going to use minerals from the deep sea. So now, more than ever, we have to ask the question, why is this being pushed as a solution? And one of the answers is that it's the fossil fuel industry way of trying to save their existence. So at COP here, we're really trying to raise awareness of this issue and really trying to debunk it as a climate solution, because as some of us may know, the ocean is our biggest ally against climate change. It is a carbon sink, etc. So why would we use the tool that is trying to help us fight climate change to now go and contribute to adding more problems that we already have and that we're struggling with the capacity to deal with? So yeah.
All right, thank you, Khadija. Round of applause for Sustainable Ocean Alliance and their Defend the Deep. You guys can follow the hashtag Defend the Deep, protect the deep sea. It's an incredible ecosystem underwater that we have to conserve. And like she said, not necessary for the green revolution of renewable energy. All right, Ari, you're next up. Well, you're the, COP delegate of the UK. Tell us, what do you hope to see out of this COP28?
Yeah, big question. I guess the point is that, it's not that the world's never been warmer or that we've never had more CO2 in the atmosphere, but it's that humanity hasn't been able to survive sustainably with it that way. And so it's not just about sort of decarbonizing the energy systems, about renewable energies. Of course it's about that, but it's about a global sustainability transition. And for me, it's really frustrating working with the UK government. They, I don't think they'll be in these rooms, so it's okay. And even if it's live streamed, I've told them before, because with any government, the bureaucracy is such a barrier to achieving anything really. And then you sort of pass it on to the next government to deal with for the next COP. And what I've learned throughout my tenure as a COP delegate is that actually the changes that I've seen, sort of the most tangible changes, have been in the tiny things. So my full-time role is with an organization called Island Innovation, and we work with islands all across the world to develop their blue and their green economies and their resilience to climate change. And as of this COP, we have brought 10 delegates from the Caribbean fully funded, so that they can have a place in the room. So we have a delegate from St. Martin, as I said, one from the Cayman Islands, one from Suriname, one from Barbados, and they're incredible young people who have taught me more this week than I've learned from the news in the last 24 years. And today, I was just in contact with one of my good friends who works for the UN, and he also is working with a Pacific delegation. And so after this talk, I'm going to have a meeting with our delegation and their delegation to basically perform an alliance, sort of bridge this gap so that they can have these shared resources and shared knowledge. And that's just two 20-year-olds kind of taking some Caribbean islanders under our wing and making action and making things happen. And for me, it's about that. It's about realizing, as I said, your own agency, not waiting on governments or international bodies to enact change, but doing it in the small things, having the conversations, getting people in the room that can't be there otherwise, as I said with the Cayman Islands and the girl from St. Martin. And it's about having that inclusivity in order to have policy, in order to have community agenda that is informed by all the different stakeholders, not just by the ones with the money to make the actions, because that money will be invested in the wrong places if it's ill-informed. So I think what I'm trying to say effectively is that don't rely on someone else to sort of or the official bodies to enact that change. And in the news, all that will be covered really is the outcome. So the outcome for loss and damage, the outcome for climate finance, the outcome for health. But the media doesn't see the behind the scenes, the conversation that's being had sort of in the small cafe at the side pavilion, and that's where I think the real change can happen and should happen. So I'm entrusting that in you guys to kind of keep that going and passing the baton on to other people to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ari. Thank you so much. Well, I think, Ari being on the Peace Boat as a youth delegate from COP28 from the UK, I think that really inspired all of our other youth to come here to COP. So that's why we have such a large delegation. So thank you very much for, sharing that with everyone. And another one of our youth here, Francisco, was also at the SB 58 preparing for COP. So it wasn't just on the Peace Boat, but even months before the Peace Boat, already planning for COP. What's your hope for COP? And can you tell everyone a little
joining this amazing group of people, I was joining my government officials as a negotiator for some of the topics that we are discussing right now at COP. One of them is climate finance, and the other one is carbon markets for Article 6 under the Paris Agreement. I'm not going to get too technical, no worries about that. So in my experience and being at the SBs that Emily mentioned, so real quick, SBs stands for subsidiary bodies, and subsidiary bodies for technological advice. These are basically some departments for the UNFCCC. They give advice to all the negotiators before COP and before pre-COP as well, the pre-conference of parties. So that's where the first draft decisions are making. So each year in Bonn in Germany, they're having this climate conference as well, where government officials goes. There are too technical, but it is also a great opportunity to learn more, to deep dive into the topics that they are discussing, and also to engage with government officials, which I think it's important for us as youth, as stakeholders, to be there in the negotiating rooms, taking the lead, using our voice and using our power. So that being said, I really hope for this COP, to first of all when we think about decarbonization, because I'm seeing all of your amazing T-shirts saying decarbonize, and they are the T-shirts are with this amazing color blue, and I have the climate finance building right behind you. I'm thinking about. I really hope that the government officials, that the people negotiating right now at the Blue Zone, taking the lead on the future of our planet, they look around and turn around and take a look at the ocean, because the oceans right now are our biggest allies when we think about decarbonizing the economy, when we think about carbon capture, when we think about renewables, when we think about everything that we need. I mean, there's a saying, and I always say this as well, there is no green without blue. So basically we need the oceans for life inland. We need the oceans for food security. We need the oceans for everything that we are. We're basically one with the oceans, and I'm referring to an amazing event that we had last night, Sounds of the Oceans. And I do hope that the government officials, the delegates, the COP presidency itself, and all of you, like, look around, look at the ocean, think about the ocean, think about the ecosystem that lies within there, think about the deep sea mining that Khadija was sharing with all of you, and really take into consideration that if we want to, to be ambitious, to be determined, and to keep working towards sustainability and towards a greener future, we also need to think about a blue future. So I'm thinking about that, and I really hope that we all can, drive ambition towards ocean conservation, oceans action, and also to bring resources. That's why I was thinking about climate finance, to bring resources to oceans, to small island and developing states, and to coastal communities, because that's where the real action is taking place right now, in communities and with people, grassroots actions, youth-led projects as well. So I really hope that all of us as COP delegates and all of us here at the Green Zone think about that, and think about driving ambition towards ocean and conservation as well.
All right, thank you so much. Round of applause for our youth leaders. Thank you, Francois. Next, we're going to pass it over to Mr. Hank Rogers. You want to have some closing words for us? What do you hope to see come out of this COP?
I'd like everybody here to understand that we are going to stop climate change. This is not like a maybe or a hope that we're going to do this. We are actually doing this. 83% of all new energy that was created last year, new energy generation, was renewable. There are already 7 countries in this world that are already at 100% renewable energy. Nobody pays attention to this. Nobody pays attention to it. We all hear the bad news. We hear doom and gloom. We hear storms and fires and floods and this and that. But what we don't hear is the fact that we're actually doing something about it. And this determination is increasing every year. And so I want people to leave COP not with the message that we went to Mordor, the Mordor of energy in the world, and saw doom and gloom. No, I want to come here and see that we went to Dubai and we came out. There's a ray of hope. There's a ray of light that's coming out of this gathering, and these 100,000 people are going to turn into 1 million people. They're going to turn into 1 billion people, and we're going to solve climate change, and we're going to do it by 2045. That is it. There's no, how can I say, there's no slipping on this date. By the way, if we don't have a deadline, it's like, okay, I want to build a building. It's going to be 120 stories high, and, well, I'd like it to be done someday. That's not how it works. I want to be done in 2 years. I want to be able to have a Christmas party there in 2 years. That's the deadline. If you don't have a deadline, it doesn't work. It doesn't happen. We need to collectively set a deadline. We need to say, we're going to solve climate change by this date. So don't bother building any more fossil fuel infrastructure, because we're going to stop you at 2045. 2045 just happens to be a date that everybody can sort of hopefully get behind. It was an accident in Hawaii, but it's actually the 100th anniversary of the United Nations. The United Nations, I love the United Nations. I mean, look at what the IPCC has brought us. It has brought us the knowledge that we need to understand what's going on. The problem with the United Nations is that the United Nations can't force anybody to do anything. Then the United Nations doesn't have teeth. In its moment of glory in all the COPs, we passed the Paris Agreement. Well, the Paris Agreement doesn't go far enough, and nobody's on track for even that. So the answer is it's not going to be a top-down. We can't blame the politicians. The politicians are only there to represent us. So if it doesn't happen, we only have ourselves to blame. So I need us to understand that we are going to fix climate change, and then the politicians will follow us. It's a united people issue, not the United Nations issue. So I need everyone's help. I need everyone to go back to wherever they came from, and with the knowledge, first of all, that it is happening. The people that are going to be involved in this transition are going to be the next oil, they're going to be filthy rich. And I need somebody to understand that. I need the people who are in the fossil fuel industry to understand that when they make that transition, that's going to make them a lot of money. And I want them to switch now. The sooner they switch, the more money they make. Maybe that's what will make them move. But anyway, the bottom line is we're going to fix climate change. We're going to do it by 2045. Determination, 100% determination.
All right, round of applause, everyone, for Mr. Hank Rogers, founder of Blue Planet Alliance. And something that we like to do here with Blue Planet, we are always saying that we are doing this as a team. And what I would like to do as we wrap up today's session, I would like to say thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you to the Extreme Hangout for being amazing hosts and partners with Peace Boat and Blue Planet Alliance. And I just see all these amazing young people out here in the audience. So I'd like to invite you all up to the stage. Do you guys want to come up here and get involved with us? We're all going to stand up, all of our Youth for the SDGs leaders. We have here some signs that say helping nations
That means you, by the way.
100% renewable energy. So I'm going to ask all the people wearing blue shirts for Decarbonize, come on up on the stage with us. We're going to take a big group photo. All the people here on the right side of the stage, come on up and join us. And we're all going to grab a sign, and we're all going to say together that we are doing this. We are working towards 100% renewable energy. And right here at the Extreme Hangout, we're going to come and have a big group photo. So family photo for COP. You guys can come up in the front. Some youth can sit up here in the front. Let's have a front row. All right, all the Blue Planet Alliance global ambassadors, friends, and partners, come on up to the stage. We got Nizos Energy here, renewable energy front and center. All right. Okay, everybody, so I'm going to say Mr. Hank Rogers is going to lead the chat. I'm going to pass the mic. Wait. All right, we got Sustainable Ocean Alliance. We got all the youth. Anybody in the audience, feel free to come up and join us. The idea is that this is a civil society movement, the united people, together with the United Nations and the Extreme Hangout, everybody here, working together for 100% renewable energy by 2045.
Okay, 1, 2, 3.
We are doing this. Woo!
One more time. I didn't hear anybody here. 1, 2. We are doing this.
Woohoo! All right, did we get all the young people? We didn't hear those voices. One more time, guys. You're going to copy us. Hank and I are going to say it, and you're going to follow, okay?
1, 2, 3.
We are doing this. All right. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Extreme Hangout. Until COP29.
Hi everyone, how are you? I hope you are all having a fabulous time here at the Extreme Hangout. Our next storyteller session is about to begin, so we highly encourage everyone to sit down, relax, and get ready to hear this fabulous human being we're going to have here on their stage. Her name is Sarah Sabri. She is a tribalizing astronaut, and she is also the founder of Deep Space Initiative, and she stands as the first Egyptian Arab woman and African woman to ever go to space, making history with her pioneering contributions. As the executive director and founder of Deep Space Initiative, she champions accessibility in the space field, fostering global opportunities for research and education. Currently pursuing a PhD in aerospace sciences, Sarah's NASA-funded research focuses on the next generation of planetary spacesuits. So let's please all give Sarah a huge round of applause. And thank you for being here, guys.
Thank you. I'd like to start by apologizing for my voice. It's a little bit gone, so these things happen at the best time, so it's happened today. It's a privilege to be standing here today with you at COP28 in Dubai, and thank you so much, Extreme Hangouts, for organizing such a beautiful event, and thank you for each one of you for being here. And so I'd like to talk to you today about how to call for action through the space perspective. How do I change the slides? Oh. So growing up, I was always told not to study engineering. But I would also like to tell you that I was always drawn to the uncharted, to the unconventional. I was always drawn to the things that seemed like a fantasy around me. I was a dreamer. I was always imagining things that weren't really a reality around me. And I never really saw myself in anything that was around me at the time. I grew up in Egypt. My mom is Lebanese and my father is Egyptian. And then we didn't have rocket launches. We didn't have women doing extremely big things. We didn't have any of that. And when you grow up in a place like this, you can either let your environment dictate what you can or cannot do in your life, or you can just accept and take in whatever everyone is telling you and just kind of let that push you forward. And a key factor in my journey is this wholeness approach to growth. And what I like to call it is this wholeness approach, is this holistic approach, meaning that you can't only focus on one aspect of growth. It's not only about knowledge, it's not only about fitness, and it's not only about the experiences that you have. It's this combination of everything, and it's in this interconnectedness of everything. I studied mechanical engineering in Egypt with focus on mechatronics, worked in Formula 3 cars, and then did my master's in biomedical engineering, where I worked in stem cells for a little while in robotic surgery, used AI for increasing autonomy in surgery, and then currently I'm doing my PhD in aerospace. My interests have shifted along the way, and my experiences have grown and been very, very broad because I've always focused on problems. For me, it was always about seeing those problems and trying to find solutions for them. And for me, I also realized that this knowledge, this growth, is not only in classrooms. It's not only what you learn at work. I worked in industry as well for some years, and I did a lot of different things in augmented reality and in different fields. But it was also about this approach where you need to also have this understanding of what's actually happening on the ground. During my undergraduate degree, I was also a CrossFit coach and yoga instructor, and this taught me so many valuable lessons about discipline, about teamwork, and about perseverance. When you're standing in a position where it's very difficult and your body really wants you to give up, and you don't, when you pass that barrier, when you think that you were going to give up, but then you don't, that's something that does changes something in you. And the biggest lesson that I've learned from this whole physical understanding of our bodies was that limits only exist in your brain. And I'd like to share with you a little story. When I was coaching one time this all-women's fitness class in Cairo, it was a class in the evening, in the middle of the week, on a Wednesday, I believe, and it was an all-women's class, middle-aged women that had finished a long days of work and came to my very brutal class of high-intensity interval training. So after a 45-minute workout, I told them, okay, we're gonna just finish with a really strong finisher of a plank. And I'm sure all of you here who have done planks before know that time passes very differently when you're in a plank position. So I told them, okay, we're just gonna do about 30 to 1 minute plank. You're gonna be done, you're gonna feel great, you're gonna go home, it's gonna feel amazing. And then, I think we're passing slides. Anyway, and then I told them we're gonna just do a 1 minute plank, and then you're gonna feel amazing. So I asked them to all sit in a plank position, all facing one another, just to have this encouragement, for them to be looking at each other, encouraging one another. And then at the time I had read a paper about those limitations that only exist in your brain, and that this man had experimented with this using different tools and different scenarios, and I wanted to try that out myself. So instead of setting a timer, I set a stopwatch. And so I asked these women to sit in a plank, started the stopwatch, and I asked them to just hold it. So at first they were huffing and puffing, they didn't want to do it, they were very resistant to the idea of doing it. And then 1 minute had passed, and they were still standing in position. I saw they had proper form, still encouraging one another, everything was great, everything was perfect. And then 2 minutes had passed, and then they were still holding it. Of course, struggling, sweating, didn't want to do it. And then 3 minutes had passed. And mind you, these women are middle-aged women. They're not athletes. They don't do this all the time. This is not something that they love doing. They're not really motivated about really pushing and competing. And then 4 minutes, and then 5. These women, after a 45-minute day of workout, and after a long day of work in the evening, had stayed in a plank for 5 minutes when they thought that they couldn't do it for 30 seconds. So this shows you that really limitations only exist in your mind, and it's not something that is really true. And that's similar to a lot of different things in our lives, that we really think that things that we think are limitations are not really limitations, and I think it's just how you change your perspective towards them. And after I finished my bachelor's degree and before moving on to my master's, I decided to take some time and volunteer around the world, because I wanted to get an understanding of what was actually going on in the world and have boots on the ground and really see the challenges that people were facing. And through that experience, I have learned so many life lessons that were bigger and much more than I could have learned in a lifetime. But the biggest thing I learned was that the importance of emphasizing empathy, how the power of community, how even when you're struggling, when you have basically no resources at all, if this community stays together, it's so powerful in a way that we cannot even understand. And we're seeing this now. We're seeing this new age of the social media and being in this digital world, how that's affected us. When we don't really understand that even with little resources, with nothing at all, that we take here for granted, just access to water, access to food, that we take for granted, this comfort that has led us to not really put a lot of effort in our community and our surroundings. And that was something that was extremely valuable that I have come to use at a later stage of my life. My search for answers and my search for problem solving has led me to the space field. And through that, I wanted to really try to see if I could push humanity to become multiplanetary, because for me, that was always something that really was mind-boggling. How are we not multiplanetary? How are we not a space-faring civilization? So I decided to conduct some astronaut training myself, and after doing that for a couple of years, next slide, please, I got the call that I was going to become the first Egyptian, the first African woman, and the first Arab woman to go to space. I got the call on July 20th of 2022 on the Apollo 11 moon landing, which is a very, very special day. And getting the call and being told that you were going to become one of only 630 people since the beginning of humanity to see Earth from space is quite unbelievable. But I remember the moment where it all clicked in place, where it really felt like it was actually going to happen, is this moment right here. The moment that I saw the rocket that I was about to be launched into space on for the very first time. And when you go to space, this is the view that you see from space. And seeing Earth from space really does change something in you. There is this term called the overview effect, and it's this change in perspective that happens to you when you see Earth from space. It changes how you view the world. It changes how your understanding about the world. When you see this very thin blue line, and you understand that that's literally the only thing protecting us from space, this is the only thing keeping us alive, you develop a very huge sense of responsibility towards it, towards both our Earth and humanity. You develop this sense of understanding about the unity, about the interconnectedness of both humanity in itself and Earth with space. We always talk about Earth and space as two separate things. This is kind of like in our language that we use, because we always say that we're going into space. We never really say that we're leaving Earth. We all know here that Earth is in space, right? Like, this is something we all know. But when you see it, when you leave Earth, and we see how close it actually is, when you see how easy, kind of, relatively, to leave our Earth and to really see it from the outside, and how small it is, it really breaks your reality. And I have to say it was the most profound experience of my life. Another very important thing that I have come to draw from this experience as well is that there are no borders on the map. These borders that you see on the map, on papers or on the globe or anything, they are make-believe. They are just been drawn by man, by men a couple of centuries ago. And they have created all of these disparities that we see on our Earth. They have created disparities in opportunity, in the value of life, and how you are treated as a human being. And we have seen all of these geopolitical conflicts that we have seen all over the world, created by, and that are caused by, these lines on the map. Next slide, please. So coming back from space, I have committed my life towards creating change, towards taking bigger risks, and to giving voice to those that don't have one. Because I, once upon a time, did not have a voice either. I am a woman from Egypt, from a mother who was a refugee, from a dad who started from nothing. So being here on stage with you today and to have a voice and to talk about the challenges that we're facing, both for climate and sustainability, but also towards human rights, is a responsibility and an obligation for me to be giving those voices to those who cannot be heard. We are seeing what is happening now in Palestine, and we are seeing humanity treat itself in ways that we didn't think we should be treating ourselves this way. And I have to say that it is important for us to all acknowledge and to take responsibility towards really trying to create for change. We can't just be solving our problems that we see in climate, but we need to be solving the problems that we're facing here as humanity. We need to be looking at Earth from how we're seeing it from space and not how we're seeing it on paper. So amongst the commitments that I've made towards Earth and humanity, I founded Deep Space Initiative. And the mission behind Deep Space Initiative is to break those barriers, to erase the borders that have been drawn on the map that have created all of those disparities, to make the opportunities in the space field as open as they could ever be. We provide opportunities in research, education, and we work on the law and policy side of the space as well. We've had so far around 200 researchers and mentors. We have people from 28 nationalities. We have people that are working in the space field now that would not have otherwise have had access just because of their origin or their resources, which doesn't make sense. And when we're talking about commitment, there's another commitment that I have made as well towards Earth, and that is to try to help save it. So we use, in this company called Extreme Technologies, we're harnessing the power of algae for carbon capture. And our vision is not only to help solve the problems that we have here on Earth, but also to help sustain life and to help life thrive on a different planet, and possibly on space stations and beyond. And this is something that is extremely important. It's very, very passionate about as well, and I would be happy to talk to you about this in privately if you'd like. And finally, another very important aspect of when we're talking about commitments, not only is it commitments towards access to space, access to opportunity, and equality in terms of what you can and cannot do in your life, not only is it a commitment towards helping save our planet, which every single person here knows that it's important, and it has committed to that as well, I'm sure, but it's also a commitment towards humanity itself, to all of us having equal rights, to all of us having equal voices, and to all of us being able to have a seat at the table whenever we're making those decisions that are going to be influencing the rest of our lives. So finally, I would like to leave you with this thought, that you always have a choice. You always have a choice to take responsibility. You have a choice to step outside your comfort zone, and you have a choice to take the risk. It took me to leave our Earth to really realize and see how fragile it really is. But I hope that we don't have to wait for all of us to be leaving our Earth to see that. But that's today and this event and everyone here at COP, that we really try to use our collective empowerment and collective understanding of what is actually happening around the world to really push for action, to really push for change. And I really hope that we can all do that together. Thank you. Thank you.